Good morning, or afternoon, or evening, or day, or whatever greeting from whichever part of the world you are. Right. So I'm not sure how to start the stream, but the, the go of so I need to do a channel art for this channel, and I decided to stream it because the main reason being because once it's been streamed, I can also it also records it, so I can use it later on if I want the. Okay, starting over. So I'm gonna be streaming the creation of the channel art for this channel. Because I'm gonna keep a stream archive in case I need the footage. I was going to record it, but I might as well stream it and see how it goes. But yeah, I'm a pretty noob streamer, so I don't expect there to be any viewers. It's just gonna be for myself. But in any case, if someone hops in, welcome. Yeah, so channel art is the thing that goes here on the channel at the top of the banner thing. And I haven't really thought much about it, but I think I want to go with something simple for now. I just want something like something that's gonna be very basic, and I thought I might add. I decided that my theme is gonna be triangles, and I'm gonna use blue triangles to do this. So we've got Blender open here, and I've got the template for the channel art, which I haven't downloaded yet. Just gonna do this now and save it on the desktop. Desktop. Right. So what I'm thinking about the art in general is, so this is gonna be interesting because I haven't actually gotten a reference image either, so I'm gonna be googling stuff as well. Right. So I want something like a triangle mesh on there, and basically it's gonna be something like, it's gonna be a random triangle mesh, more like this. But we need to find, we'll probably make a grid of some sorts and then distort it. So I'll probably need to Google tutorials as well, because it's been a while since I've used Blender, and I have not used this new version as well. So it looks really new. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it with the defaults. Create a new thing. So this might be an hour-long stream. It might be 4 hours or 5, depending on how long I can stream for and how long it takes. I don't imagine it's gonna be that long. So yeah, because I'm gonna be googling tutorials, that means I might include copyrighted material in stream, but whatever. I'm gonna have to look at references and stuff. So let's go with oh, a 2D animation template. Let's start with something new. So we got the default cube. Instead of a cube, I'm gonna need a plane, I think. No, place play. How do you do that? Shift, control space, add. There used to be an add command. Okay, I don't know the new shortcuts anymore. File, no, map mirror. I know they've increased the ergonomy of Blender. It's supposed to be very fast to work with now, and also everything has icons and good UI. But there's some getting used to it now. So I need a new object. Sculpture layout. Not from there. Or yeah, it's very possible that 5 hours I'm just messing around with the UI and not give anything. But we'll see. Whatever happens, happens. So, how do you create the new stuff? Modeling. Scope. Plate, scale, transform, and model. Add. Yes, got it. Add a plane. Success. Eureka, we got a plane. Cool. And while on it, we will move this camera to be up down. Move the camera. Was it G? Yes. Cool. Some things stay the same then. So there was a way to clear rotation as well. Alt R. Yes. Excellent. So not much has changed then. Just I need to remember stuff. So G on Z makes it go up. Yes. Okay. So 0 gets us the camera view. Right. So this is gonna need to grow first of all. And I think so initially I might just subdivide it. Because I'm gonna need lots of vertices. So for reference wise, something like this is what we try to achieve. That no, actually this works, but I want it even more triangulated. So we need to generate a mesh of we need to generate vertices. Then we need to shuffle them around. Something like means W? No, tab. W. No, it's not W anymore. Space. Control W. Okay, right click, subdivide. Okay, so right click, subdivide. Is what we're after. Make a grid and subdivide it again. And subdivide it again. Now I can triangulate the random vertices. What? Really? So that was wait. So that was all. Well, that's the end of the stream. No, just kidding. Even if that's the case, we still have other things to do. Need to render it and get it through GIMP as well. Okay, that's what we want to do. Once we have triangles, there was a way to triangulate the mesh. If I can find it. Click, oh, merge. I didn't even need to look at tutorial. Awesome. Just had a function. Randomize vertices. I swear this used to be somewhere obvious. Right, so mesh, edge, vertex. No, this would be faces. Right? Triangulate. There we go, Control T. That's what we are after. Problem is they're all facing the same direction. Maybe that's not such a big. But we'll see. Right click, randomize. That gives us, kind of keeps the pattern. I'm not really a fan of. So what you want to do is we still want to triangulate and randomize, but there is a way to triangulate such that it doesn't generate it doesn't go all in the same direction. Wireframes will leave five faces. Bulk faces. That oh yeah, that's much better. Oh, neat. Okay, that's a more uniform pattern. What we're after. And then we can randomize vertices. It kind of looks like a mess, but that's what we're after. Anyway, so I'm gonna do this. Move the camera back a little bit. Actually, G is that, and something like this should do. Now, need to check if there's audit. Is there anything on? Seems so. Lots of triangles. Good. G. Right. So next thing is we could render it without color. I think the rendering tab was somewhere. Yeah, basically I just opened Blender after years of not using it, and I'm just trying to figure stuff out. Hopefully someone might find this useful. Not, I'm just documenting for myself anyway. So render. That's the render. So that's the materials tab. That's stuff you do with vertices. It would be nice if they could provide some tooltips. This is the physics. Constraints. Render is gonna be something like scene. That's a printer. Or oh, there is a rendering. Those are different layouts. Right. That's the render result. Render it first. Has to be somewhere here. So that might be one thing I might need to Google tutorials for. This thing, so layers, we got rendering. Now Eevee is the new renderer, rather the relatively new renderer. What dimensions do we need for this? Go back to this thing. 2560 by 0 is the biggest area. And just for YouTube on desktop is this. Potentially we need to render a square, a big rectangle, but we're only going to be using a small subset of that. So we have enough triangles here. Now to set up the camera, I'm gonna render the full thing. I'm gonna render the full thing, and then after it's been rendered, we're gonna add it for different sizes in GIMP. Right. That's the render tab. We press space at some point. This is going through. Render. Oh, F12. That's how it's gonna look like once it's rendered with the engine. If you change to cycles, Is it going to be any different? Cycles is a ray tracer. Does we actually don't need the Cycles one unless we want to do some cool stuff with ambient occlusion and stuff like that. Which it does look nice actually. We have some ridges here, which do benefit from an actual ray tracer. So Cycles might be the renderer we use in the end. Yeah, this looks awesome. Eevee is the cheap one, which is one that you would use in a game engine. Kinda works okay, looks fine, but just get low poly. They got all this blurry around here. So we go for Cycles. Set the size. I don't remember if it's on the camera or. Let's do. I'm gonna set it to Cycles. Afford it. In the. Oh, we got live preview as well. Does it work with? Doesn't do live preview, does it? That would be super expensive to compute. Anyway, once lighting here, volumes there, no, that no, fake. Now I'm gonna apply a material to this a little bit later. Just trying to set up the renderer first. So there isn't sizes on here. Means sizes are yeah. So we need the biggest size, which is 256 by 1440, and actually we're gonna double this. 256 times 2 144 times 2. Now, got it? 256. Yeah, seems alright. Issue is 1 by. That doesn't look. That rectangle doesn't look correct. What's the aspect ratio? This looks like a 3:4 rather than maybe this this is throwing me off, but double check. 560 divided by 144 0 17. I think that's closer to 4. No, 69. Yeah, so that's 69. Okay. Okay, math proves it. So this does look correct then. Alright. Means we move the camera up. We'll need a bigger plane. Might want to have more than this. Now I think I can import this as a backdrop. Probably won't need. I'm just gonna eyeball it. So this goes somewhere in the center. We only get like this section that's gonna be visible on the default YouTube web page. So yeah, I think we kind of need more fidelity on this. Have we done much? Oh, that's working out. Cool. Go back in that. If need be, I can always repeat the process. Might actually do this. I'm gonna delete this and create a plane. Actually, delete the object. Now that we know how to do stuff, it's actually gonna be much faster. So we need to add a mesh plane. Now I'm gonna size the plane to correct from the get-go. Right. Not G. Nope. The those way to snap stuff. Origin. Hold on. Okay. Is the camera not in the origin then? Because the plane kind of looks like it is. I forgot how to do this. So snap to origin. Snap selected cursor. There is no snap selected to origin. Okay. So snap cursor origin. And snap selected to the cursor. Now that moved the camera in the ground. We need to just move it up on Z. On Z. That's gonna make sure that our camera is perfectly balanced. All things should be. Going back to the plane, we do tab, and click subdivide a couple of times. Divide and subdivide. Subdivide. I think if I do it one more time, it's gonna be too much. We can always scale it. So it's better to have more vertices than, because we can always scale this and move it around. Define face, bulk faces. Yeah, and randomize. Nice, we got a really nice mess. And let's see, F12. This shouldn't take too long, but it's gonna take longer than the first time. And it doesn't feel like there's enough faces. Okay, I'm gonna undo this. Go back, close that. So actually, if I do bulk faces again, it's gonna give us, what's this gonna do? Bulk faces. I'm not sure I'm a fan of this, but let's see. The weird pattern. Undo this. We will subdivide it one more time. Bulk faces again. Now randomize it. And I think I might need to scale it first, then randomize it, because that's gonna reduce the noise so much. Right, something like this. There's gonna be some fiddling around until we get to ratio, but at this point we can always go back and adjust settings. Yeah, this is looking pretty good. Kind of what I was going for. That it? Oh, there's more. I didn't realize there is actually more space on the canvas. That might be more triangles than we need, but I don't think it's gonna look bad. So we're only interested in the middle section. Probably not a good idea to do a full render now. That's the key. Yeah, I should have said. I'm gonna cancel this and change the render to Eevee again. We'll do final render before we go in Gimp. But quick preview, this should be okay. Oh, nice. Yeah, we can also change the light source. Interesting. Where do I want the light to come from? I think point light is going to be more interesting visually than directional light, so we're going to keep this. In fact, I don't even need to apply material. I just need to change the color of the light here. Go to properties. Object property. Object property should be light. No, that's the wrong one. That one. Oh, there is a special. So we want this to be a little bit bluish. Happens off. Yeah, that turns it blue. That's all we need. But I need to check what color I actually need. I used to have a folder somewhere. Oh, I can just sample this color. These are the two colors I need. Bluish. And paint. That's one. About should have. I'm gonna use Gimp for this. Too lazy to type virtual RGBs. Edit back. Voila. RGB HTML. Go back to Blender. Somewhere here. Oh, don't tell me. Oh, there we go. Every normal editor, not Paint, has. Now the other color is something. I used the Paint. Don't care about that. Do care about. I'm gonna keep color. This. No. Ah. So that's the other color. I'll see how I can blend them. Maybe I'm gonna set the material. I'm gonna set the material of this, the darker blue. The light source is gonna be bringing that color. Or maybe we just go for something simpler. Base color. But yeah, let's see how this looks first. Excellent. So we got a light source, which is the light blue color, and we got the base color for this to be the darker blue color. That's that. I'm actually quite happy with this. I'll just render it here. I think I might play around with it. Where's going to be the best place for something like somewhere and look better. Maybe adding multiple sources. Not gonna look different. Well, it does look different. It doesn't look better. Unlike the shadow. We're gonna stick with the point light, and that it gets closer, means the light's gonna be brighter. Maybe too bright. It also changes the shadows. Yep. Okay, so I'm gonna start rendering now. Might make a few different versions of this. So that's gonna be one. We'll do a full render. I could play around with it more and add more shenanigans and whatnot. But I think if I keep it simple, at least for now, it's gonna be good enough. But yeah, I could probably play around with the material and make it a little bit shiny, or have it some alien glow. But those are also things I could actually do outside Blender. Now there's a few things I'm actually not a big fan of. Like there is a clip here. I think I might need to double check the geometry. But I'll let this render completely finish. I'll save it and tweak around. Tweak around the geometry and try to polish it up a little bit. Cycles looking really. And yeah, we're just using the basic material. Using a basic material with a basic light. With a randomly generated triangle mesh. And it creates masterpiece. So mind that we're actually not seeing this corner. We're gonna be looking at here when it goes in on the page. So I'm gonna render this a couple of times, tweaking around stuff. It's just so we have a first draft. And yeah, while that's taking its time, next step would be once we have a finished image we're happy with, I'm gonna take it to Gimp. In Gimp, we're gonna do stuff. I'm gonna add text for the channel name, and think I might add borders. Might be a good idea to have a look at for inspirations on Google Images. So channel art, YouTube. So one thing, actually, yeah, that's one thing we could do. We could put like a very sharp border, or have completely separate textures, or there was that thing I said. Oh, that's the same idea, but like mine looks more 3D. And I need to tame the triangles. They look way too random. But this is faster. We can always make a new mesh. It's very easy to. Oh, this is looking nice. Really decimated. Okay. Saw something just now before we went into images, which looked kind of cool. This. So the background is blurry and the foreground is very sharp. So that's potentially something we could go for. Means, oh, that's finished. Cool. That's one version of the finished image. Save as G. Great. And you channel. Blender port 1. We're gonna have multiple. Right. Now that I've seen some YouTube stuff, I actually want to make mine a little bit more interesting. So I'll try to make the light a little bit more glowy. I'll see what I can do actually. But we'll see. Now, going back to the geometry, I need to tame it a little. Because there's a lot of I'm probably not gonna do this by hand, checking how it looks. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna start with a fresh mesh. Think add mesh plane. Do the same process over and over. Right. You have the blue material, so we can always find right click subdivide that, subdivide it one more time, scale it, go to camera view, and scale it a little bit up, then poke faces, randomize, and try to make a little bit less erratic. So we want it to be random, but we don't want it to be. I think I might subdivide it one more. Right, poke the faces. Oh. Poke. Randomize. Now even more random than this. And yep, this is looking cleaner. Probably a bit too clean. I'm gonna cancel it again. Undo the randomization down a little bit more. I think this might be going a little bit too. I think this should be fine. Couple. We've probably gone a little bit too far. So it's some value between these else. Or maybe it's just random. No, actually, every time I do this, exactly the same random pattern. So we can't. Yeah, I think we'll settle with that. Looks a little bit like this. And size-wise triangles are fine. This middle section here be. Yeah, I think I'm gonna leave it at this geometry-wise. Doesn't look too crazy. Next up, we'll play around with the material. So there is a bunch of settings that I have absolutely no idea the effect of. So I'm just gonna be choosing stuff randomly. Play with both the light, both the light and light. Gonna come closer. We want it to be somewhere close to the middle, actually. Maybe something like this. So it's somewhere around here because of the template. How this thing is gonna be structured. So light's gonna be somewhere here. Means it's gonna go this way or the middle section. We can make it more extreme or more tame by moving it up and down. I'm gonna switch to the Eevee renderer so we can play around with settings. So yeah, something like this. In fact, I'm gonna export as it looks. Subsurface is gonna be interesting. Subsurface, go with again. And I'm curious how that's gonna look like. Whether you can support subsurface scattering. Doesn't look any different, so extreme. Just want to see something extreme. I think Eevee doesn't support surface scattering, or maybe we need to play with other settings. The subsurface. If I do this, it doesn't do anything. Yeah, I'll leave settings here. Go back to the render. So we know Cycles supports, yeah, you can actually see that's little bits of oranges everywhere. It's where the way subsurface works is rays hit the surface and they uh, they get scattered under the surface, reflected with different color, which explains why it doesn't work with Eevee, because Eevee is just a traditional non-ray tracing renderer. Doesn't actually have a concept of rays. I think I'm doing a bad job of explaining it, but you can see what it does. It makes the texture look like milk or skin. Like the very top of the surface has blue color, but under the surface it looks orangey, a little bit orange. So that out of the way, we know that cycles we can actually get this. I'm not sure what gonna be good values for surface. You'll see. This might be a little bit too much on the key on the CN side. Less blue now. But it looks more fluffy. Probably not gonna wait for it to finish rendering. Not entirely sure if I want to go for ring. As long as it's different from this color, see some effects. But yeah, I don't really have a go in mind. I'm just trying it out, with or without. To be fair, I think I prefer it without. More solid. Oh, it also renders faster. But with the subsurface scattering, adds addition, which is cool. But it's probably not what you want for this. Now, if I add metallic, it's gonna make it very reflective. Because there isn't much to reflect, it's gonna turn mostly black. Just to demonstrate, that's and metallic. Could actually go as, hold on. If I turn it all the way up, I'm surprised. It usually usually makes things look black. This just made it look more contrasty. You don't get the metallic feel. No. Yeah, I want to see what happens when it gets to the light source. Might let render. This gives me an idea. I could actually finish the render in. So if I do the text channel, the channel title in GIMP and bring it in Blender, we could make this surface reflective and have it like the text, as if it's not just something that's on top of it, but actually something that lives in the same, or something in the same scene. We'll see. I still haven't saved the project. Now I don't think Blender is gonna crash, but if it does, there's a lot of variables I tweak with. I don't want to lose. Although if I want to go back and redo this, it will definitely take less than 46 minutes, which is what the stream has been so far. We've learned a lot since. Now I'm gonna save this out. I don't think I'm gonna stick with metallic, but it's an interesting experiment. So I've got, that's the first one we got. Second. Now generally, if this was just now this was with the Eevee renderer. I think it's different meshes as well. Yeah, definitely different meshes. Now this is Psychos. This is Psychos definitely looks more realistic. See the shadows and everything. As far as stylistic goes, I think Eevee might be a little bit more, might be a little bit better in this case. We'll see. I'll do a couple of different ones. One of them is going to be good enough, or one of them is going to be better than the others. We're going to stick with that. Now, this looks cool in its own right. We could actually animate some of these, like because I imagine at some point I'm gonna need to make videos for positions and stuff. Image, save as, Blender export for 3. I'm actually super happy that we're glad that all of them look different. There. Why does it take so long for this? This is the same mesh as this. You can see the difference in the material though. Which means we could also adjust things if I keep the same mesh, which I probably should be doing. I can render them with different conditions, and I can't achieve what I want in Blender. We're gonna be able to do it in GIMP post processing afterwards. So this is fully metallic. some speck, but not too much. Somewhat rough, but not too much. Now let's increase the specular, the roughness. I actually want to increase the roughness. Very. Wants to have a very sharp specular. This doesn't. That might be because it's also very metallic. Now this is more plastic. I still don't see a specular. Well, it's actually kinda is there. Very thin. You can see the edges being. That's kind of the effect I want to go with the next run. Maybe pump this up. Extreme. Maybe there's a different setting. You're not getting what. Oh. Is she what I'm thinking of? Backlit tint valley for. If you haven't figured it out, I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just playing around with knobs. Roughness. Anisotropic. Max. That's completely unrelated. I think that's just for. I actually don't need that. That's in only. So anisotropic filtering is when you have very fine details and perspective, like this grid. So what anisotropic filtering is going to do is it's going to try to preserve the shape of the lines as they go into the perspective. We might be able to show it Google. I don't know. Now this is going a little bit of a tangent, but topic filtering. Yeah, that's what anisotropic filtering. It preserves the edges when they go into the distance. Which would be cool if we had something like this. We don't. Just have a flat surface. I don't know if that anisotropic is the same concept though, because that's a property on anisotropic filter. Usually filtering the camera rather than it's a full screen thing, not material. Max this out. Yeah, can't really get the specular I'm going for. I wanted, but it might not be with this. Hold on, let's use Eevee. Discover some properties. Or we put it through some. Eevee to be using. Yeah. Okay, so that's a very extreme specular. Kind of what I wanted to do, but I thought it's gonna spread out a little bit more. So what should we do then is first let's see how the different properties. I think this doesn't have any effect on it. Specular should reduce. Didn't do anything. I think it's the roughness that's gonna spread it out a little bit. So the more roughness you have, yeah, kind of like this. Cool. This is the sort of effect I was going after. See what's gonna look best. Yep. Something along those lines. In fact, while I'm still here, number 4. I think if I reduce it a little bit more, it would look more interesting. Image, save as. But yeah, that's usually my process of doing stuff. I just do random things. Eventually I end up with what I want. Cool. About this much sheen, I still didn't figure out what, I mean specular, I still didn't figure out what the sheen is. Might Google that. I have a feeling that has to do with something like a bloom setting. Blender. Okay, we have a map. Roughness. Ah, anisotropic actually does things. I don't see the effect though. All of these look the same to me, as well as these ones. Maybe we need to look closer. No, the image in a new tab. Right. Maybe this is the same concept, just applied to reflection instead of. Yeah, I can't see any difference. To be fair. Oh no! I see. The circle is different. Right. So this has an S shape, specular, whereas this is it's just a ball, and something in the middle has a little bit more stretched. Right. That's cool, I guess. So we might apply some of that. I don't know if that's gonna make any difference here. But yeah, it's a different thing to what I thought it would be. Yeah, even it's not. But it does. We're gonna put it through cycles and the final result. This is gonna take a while. We can use that type. I want to see what did I go initially sheen. I want to see what sheen does. Sheen is sheen. Amount of soft velvet, like reflection near the edges. Yes, I actually do want sheen. So that's what sheen does. Is there an example? Ooh, speaking of, could play around with the normals of this, so it's not. So the edges look softer. Yeah, sheen is gonna make it look fluffy on the edges. If that makes any sense. Sheen 0. It's actually different to what I thought. But yeah, makes it look more velvety. I guess that was accurate. So A through D. Yeah, it makes it look like makes it look more painted. I'm not gonna use anything too fancy. I run with what we have. Finish. I could engrave the text in this mesh. So for the text, I have a similar idea. Where we're gonna make the letters out of triangles, and I have an example of this actually being applied somewhere. So on Twitch, I made captions. Actually, if I can only find my Dropbox. There was a YouTube folder. So no art. So these ones are made out of triangles, where every letter is a triangle and every cut is a triangle. I'm kind of liking this style a lot. I'm gonna stick with it. That's what I was gonna do. That's what I'm gonna do for the letters, probably. I initially did that in Gimp, but I think we could do this in Blender as well. Because it's just triangles. Although I'm not sure how to do the cutting part. Probably gonna be faster to do it in Gimp. So let's stick with Gimp. And since we have nearly the same thing done in Eevee, and compare them with the render, so I'm gonna have to reopen the images, pictures. Now, right, so that was Eevee, and this is Cycles doing the same thing. Well, nearly. Actually, it exports the shiny version from. Yeah, this is also super high res. I think it doesn't make much difference. Just one takes much longer to render. But for what we're after, it doesn't gain us that. So, time being, we stick with. But I think the sheen. Wait, we do have maximum sheen. Actually, I'm kind of happy with these results of them. I think the last one is my favorite, so might stick with this. Maybe move the light source a little bit more. Get a little bit more effects with. It's still somewhere around here. But we get some speculators. move it away from, has less effect. So what this should do is it's gonna make this area super bright, or much brighter. It's gonna keep this as dark as it is, but it's gonna have some more specular like this showing up in the dark area. At least that's the theory. Because I like how these ones form patches dark. They make it more interesting. Right, so that's gonna be the background nearly done. After this render, then I'm gonna do the rest in GIMP. Probably. Template wise, need to refer if any weirdness. So the desktop minimum, which is, I'm actually not sure when that's shown. For mobile, I get that probably when the phone is vertical. Tablet. Yeah, I think that should be fine as long as we keep the text in the center. Something. We can't really mess it up. Fine. Just something to keep in mind. And this actually looked really cool. So that's the metallic version. Also rendered in cycles. Right. Yeah. That's pretty much what I set out to do. And I'm surprised it just worked out so quickly as well. Thought I might have to mess up with your plugins and shaders a lot more than I did. Nah, just worked. Yeah, I think that's not gonna turn out to be better than the last one we had here. But we're gonna wait it out. That way we can compare them side by side. As you haven't saved the project, we can actually do this while this is rendering. So, document. Up 3D objects, technically. Triangle. No. Random triangle mesh. There we go. Yeah, that's actually not looking too bad. I mean, it's nearly identical render to this, and look that much more different. Image, save as, just for comparison purposes. Just hasn't. Now we have them side by side. I think I'm gonna stick with 5. Yeah, 5 definitely looks better. I don't think I need to do anything else. Blender. Quite happy with the result, so I'll keep it open for the time being. I'll be using it. Next up, Gimp. So we have our 5K. It is 5K. It's 16 megabytes. We're gonna open this in a if it opens in a new tab. Okay, we're gonna open it manually in a new tab. Not desktop picture, art, number 5. Right, this is what we'll work with. Also, to save this GIMP project. Right, I'm gonna bring the template we're gonna be working with. I should have saved somewhere. Yeah, saved it as unnamed. Getting a proper name. Here. Wait, this template is actually tiny. Oh, hold on. Can we download proper size template? Our template. Yeah, there we go. So let's gonna go downloads. Open the Photoshop, and we also got proper size one. So extract templates. I'm just interested. Boom. Should now have all template voice. Wait, close window. Open just in case something happens. So it's this one. Layer. Scale. Big. Doesn't matter. Right. So this is gonna be the guideline. We're gonna be using channel art first. Oh, he. Okay. Unlock. Grab it. But I think that's gonna prevent me from working with lower levels as well. I think so. Block everything. No, that's not let us. Anyway. What we want to do here is I'm gonna try a simple blur first. So I'm gonna duplicate this in case. Rectangle select this bit here. Fact to it just a little bit tinier. I can check how it looks like on the channel afterwards while I'm doing, but invert selection now. Go filters or a lot of Gaussian, not so much Gaussian blur. That's sort of one way to go. Ooh, actually, we could make it look like a depth of field effect. That's more blur at the top. I'm not sure I can do this with GIMP though. No, actually I can. Need to do it. I will need to do it on two different layers. What we need to do now is select maybe even more. Right. I'm gonna make a new layer. That's gonna be for a mask. So we're gonna make a mask for the blur. And the way this is gonna work is I'll make a blurred version of the image, which is gonna stay on top of the unblurred version of the image. It's gonna blend with it. Is that gonna work? We'll see. But yeah, that's the plan. Use the gradient tool. Finally found it. Do a thing here. Oh. Wait. Okay, that's more predictable now. Now we only need to select the top bit. I'm gonna do something like this. Do blur. Black's gonna mean black's gonna mean that there is no blur. White means it's fully blurred. I place it somewhere around. Not exact size. Something like this could actually go to the bottom. Back to selection. We'll do the same for this side. Now eyeballing this, kind of looks the same, but it doesn't matter if it doesn't. Final bit is we need to do bucket fill for the middle section. For the middle section. That's gonna be the mask. That mask is gonna go. I'll duplicate. Nice. That's gonna go on here. The layer mask. I'm gonna paste. Apply. Doesn't look any different because we haven't blurred it yet. So I'm gonna do this now. Magic. There is a point at which it becomes too much. But also that's not exactly. Where is it? You have hard edges. I'm not sure. I think it looks okay. I'm gonna need to play around with the mask. Stretch the brightness and contrast. The mask. Where's the brightness and contrast? Colors. Contrast. Now, the more we push this up, the more gonna. Actually, why am I doing this? So we could actually have used a bidirectional gradient here and just adjust bilinear. So we could adjust. Where's the center though? Here. Do this. And we can control the blur. It's a different question of whether that's the effect we want to go for. Could make this the slightly darker white here. We don't need to go with the full blur. I mean, it's okay. Not sure how I feel about it, but we can keep it. So, I could turn this around. Do a combination of both, so it's more blurry. Yeah, I actually managed to get this exactly in the center. It'll be interesting. Right. Of this blur. I think this looks alright. So I might actually keep. And we can actually blend these layer masks. I mean, they need to be. If you want to do something blendy, you need to edit them like normal layers, like blend the normal layers and then copy them all. Yeah, I'll keep this to this for now. And we can also control. For the time being, this looks alright. I need one, which is I'm gonna look at Google Image. Right, channel art. So we could add this shadow effect quite easily. That's basically just grabbing rectangle. Actually, grabbing a little bit more rectangle. Do a blur. First do a tail. Can't find. I don't like how they've made how they've merged the all the tools. I need to keep searching for. Right, this is roughly in the center, not quite, but oh. I'm gonna do. Right, I'm actually not happy that it's not in the center. I'm gonna fix this. So, this. So unselect everything and then blur. There's blur. Gaussian blur. Everything's blur. And how much blur do we want? There is a very weird dark section. Shouldn't be there. But yeah, something like this. Fine. That's gonna be the outer side. Then what we need to do is select. Might use the crop to middle. And we got shadow. We are. Now I want to do it a little bit more calculated, but this is okay. See some blended actually for shadow. Multiply might be fine. Linear burn. Linear burn. Especially if we reduce you. Especially if we reduce the only problem is this looks very bizarre. Considering this is gonna be outside on is it outside? Sort of. I'm gonna cut a little bit from it. Yeah. Actually, I'll export it as this now. Want to see how it's gonna look on the page. So, as export. Test one. I have a bunch of probably. Anyway, not much left on the actual background. Once the background's done, we do the text, and once the text is done, we have channel art. So, oh, I need to scale it first. So, oh, this is taking a while. Wonder if no, we need to scale it because Google's not gonna do it for us. We're gonna end up with some huge files. But it's a good thing we have so much space though. So that's been scaled down. I'm going, well, that's been exported. I'm gonna scale the image. I think I might need to flatten it. So flatten, and then scale, divide by 2. Don't know what the difference can be. Like cubic should be good enough for this. Port. Then I'm gonna undo everything. Oh, well, I'm gonna wait for it to export. Then I'm gonna undo everything. Sure likes taking its. Come on, it's not that big of the image anymore. Now, Control Z, Control Z, Control S. We're safe. And now upload this. See, looks okay. Well, looks okay. Desktop looks okay. But I want to apply it. It actually looks. Yeah, so it does have the edges on the edge, which is how it was anyway. I think it makes more sense to blur the background before. TV going to. Ooh. Yeah, I actually quite like how it looks. We might play around with it later. So this is a good starting point. And considering I didn't want to spend too much time on it. Does actually scroll with the channel. Realize that. We also lose the bottom edge. So maybe not a good idea to. Oh yeah, we're live now. So to me, the channel has bottom edge. Privacy doesn't. Means we probably want to move the edges so they. Let's go. Let's see where exactly does. That's triangle. Yes, there's 2 of them, and we're seeing this one over here, and that's exactly where the bottom. I can move the bottom edge up off edges, or if I hide it, off them out. Tough choice. I think I want to have both of them. No, sorry. I meant I don't want to have. So what I'm gonna do is Drax control. Now that should be good enough. This, yeah, we can. I move You down. Move down. Oh, work with me. Alright, we can't because we have selection. We have paste layer. Now, before we start cutting this, oh, and I think I need to colorize this one. It's gonna be very confusing. So we do a new layer. Pick a random color. Not gonna be confusing. We do this. Use a mode that makes light on the no overlay at least. I'm not sure why, but this still looks confusing. That should be much better. X Control V. You can clearly see where we're doing exactly. There's a little bit of blur here, which out this. If you want to play it safe, you should technically put this outside the blur. Once we scale down, it's gonna move. It's gonna blur a few pixels. Cool. That's done, and to the bottom part. Oh yeah, anchor. Wait. Anchor. No. So X, E, and place it here. Oh, that should be good enough. Anchor. I no longer need to see. So, got this edge blur here. Actually, it's gonna look better without the. I think it's gonna look better without it. Just keep it simple. I'm gonna make a new copy. This layer just in case. Filter, blur, Gaussian blur. Oh yeah, it's not. Blur it. Or we blur it completely white. Select color. They made this so fuzzy select. And we splash this with blackness. Now, any moment now. Hope Gimp didn't crash. It looks like it did though. Oh no, there we go. Right, since that, I'm gonna save just in case it does decide to crash. Now, in filter, but first filter blur Gaussian. We can actually do motion blurs. Might be interesting, or some other blur. Control Shift A. Unselect. Control Shift A. Control Shift F. Now. I think just a little bit of blur looks better. Okay, that would be a regular blur. But we have other options here as well. We could actually spread. No, there's noise spread. That's gonna make it look distorted in a different way. It's gonna make it look blurry, but because it's pixely now. I actually kind of like this more than just the Gaussian blur, than just the Gaussian blur. Actually, French Gaussian. So that's one option we can go for. We could also do linear motion blur, especially after we do the spread. That's gonna make I think it kind of looks makes it look interesting. Oh, you only see that when you look it up close. Otherwise, it doesn't really matter. Anyway, in fact, you probably won't notice the blur because this is gonna be. You're gonna not notice that this is a spread because this is gonna be on a TV screen. The only way to notice the pixels is to look at very up close. In fact, it doesn't even look blurry from distance. But anyway, go do some more noise. Red. So, yep. So this is the blur with the additional blur. We choose to add it. I think I like more. And now I could have used Blender. Make this a little bit more three-dimensional. But I think for the time being this should do. Looks just fine. Right, we have a blur on the background, we have a thing on the top. And I think I could end playing with the background around here. That, well, I want to see a few other things. Rarely, but sometimes Olify looks. What is this? I'm gonna close the door. Olify made it. Right. Olify kind of destroyed the blur, but made it more artistic way. Oh, we haven't applied it yet, but we could make it look painted. Cool. Mask radius. We could apply it and then apply the spread afterwards, but I don't think that's gonna make any difference. Or actually, let it finish updating the preview. This may look alright. I might need to combine it with something else. Bring up the contrast. Overall though, I'm not really feeling, I don't feel like this is gonna be not being a big fan of this so far. So probably not gonna be playing around with Odify. However, let's see colors and just pick a random hue, saturation value, or balance, one of the two to do. So shift hue here, make it darker. Right, we can completely change. Not so dark. We also need to lower the lightness. No. Actually, make it completely no. Nice lightness. Now, if I do that, it feels like the blur is too much now. Yeah, doesn't feel like. I don't know. I don't think it's. Unless you only do it for the shot. And from a different place. The others increase. Oh, actually. Oh yeah, I could add different dark tone rather than the blue. Increase the blue on the shadows. The highlights. Ian. Does that make any difference? Post. Yeah. Now this would be, if I had any viewers, that would be a place where I'd ask for someone else's opinion. I don't know, on the TV screen. It's gonna be big TV screen. It's gonna look like that. That's bright and all. I'm like bright and contrast too much. I think it's way too different. So there is contrast, but it brings the contrast way down a little. Contrast good in this context. Or we could go the opposite direction and just reduce the saturation. fact, I could increase the saturation on the background here. Increase it there. I'll leave it as it is. So far that's or yeah, there is no right or wrong. Yeah, it's just another preference. Probably set on what I prefer. I could be playing around with this for ages. Eventually I could stumble across. Well, I already like this a lot, so I'm gonna keep on a TV screen. This is gonna be actually I should try which I have no idea how it's gonna look. Speaking of trying on things, now that I have the other one, check it on the phone. Yeah, this is gonna happen off screen because I can't share. But we need to test it just to see. Just make sure we're not doing anything weird. Hey, how do we change account? Which accounts? Or channel? Yeah, looks alright. I mean, for what it is, it's great. So I probably shouldn't spend too long dealing with variables and filters. I'm gonna leave it as it is. In fact, yes, I'll increase the spread a little bit more and then be done with it. Noise. Wonder what slur is. Urdu. Not much? Question mark. Okay, it does something. Don't know exactly what it does. Don't know if it seems to be actually I don't know, I can't exactly determine what it does. It seems to be doing something wrong. Oh, I can see it's pushing on the image. It does make it look like do a preview and number of repeats increases something. Yeah. Okay. Fresnel effect. Frenzo. I don't know how it's pronounced. Makes it look like it's made out of glass, which is what the other red does as well. So keep it like this and call it a day. We call it a day with the background into the foreground stuff. And from a distance and from close. Okay. We can save it. Yeah, I want to check now after all of this. Before we actually do something, I want to check that it actually does look correct. So flatten, scale, by 2, scale, file, export as, copy the other one, comparison purposes. take its time. Now we go over to the channel. Different new version. And that's how it's gonna look like on TV, mobile, and on desktop. So we select, they should change, and we no longer have the border. Yeah, I kind of like the borders, but yeah, I'm never gonna settle this. Now this is us looking at someone else. Driver. Could change the preview somewhere. Oh, what we could do is open it incognito window, because that's gonna be completely. Yeah, kind of looks better on light theme than it does on a dark, which I don't mind. Cool. And yeah, so that's that. Quite happy with the result so far. And I have to wonder though, because it unlike how Fresno looks, if I make it with that control, just need to paint a little bit of bright whiteness. Where is it? Where's the brush? Where's the brush tool? Paintbrush and size. This and we paint on background on the alpha. Doesn't do anything. Because we're painting in black. Right. This should make a difference now. How does that look? Select this. Play, please. And we go for gradient. We go for the bidirectional. Right. That's kind of letting the blur the main. Yeah, one of these days I'll learn to speak English. So that's kind of letting the blur settle into the main and adding a little bit of noise. Although the way it does it, not nice. What we could do is yeah, I think I might just leave it as it is, because that's not gonna look nice. Anyway, that's it. Background done. Don't need to worry about it anymore. Control S. Move on with the foreground. So for the foreground, we do letters. What do you normally put on a channel page? So I got the channel name. Yes, additional information. Slogan. Right, I don't have a slogan because I have no idea what my channel is about. I'll figure that out later on, which means I'll need to keep a copy. But for the time being, I just know that my channel is called Super Izzo. That's gonna be written in. I'm just gonna have the channel name, no slogans. Right. So let's get started with this. I'm going to clean up some layers here. Probably make things a little bit better. And be the shadow. Shadow. This is the channel art template. It's a good enough name. Friends. I need to Google this. Fresno. Fresno. Color. What is Fresno lens? Enzo? No, it is Fresno. But that's not. This is the idea, so I think it's the right term. This is Fresno. Fresno? Yes. I'll keep the name of the Blender 5 export, so I know which one it is, in case I need to change things around. Let's start on the text now. For the text, I have a much smaller area to work with. This area. That should be enough for what we're trying to. Just to be sure, I'm gonna make a new layer. Nope. Actually, do I need to make a new layer? I can. Yeah, never mind. That's. But we do need a new layer for the text. So I'm gonna make a new layer. In fact, I'm gonna need a new layer for each letter. So the way I'm gonna do this is pretty simple. Type it out. Probably to make sure it fits. How many letters do we have? 5, 7, 8, 9. Can fit them. No. Actually need to make size of the text. This is gonna be what with. It's gonna be less actually. Size it. So just checking if there is a button that will let us size it from both ends at the same time. Doesn't seem. No. Just, there is a size here. 1000? No. Okay, never mind then. This layer is gonna be cropped selection. Cropped selection. That's the size of the layer for the text. For the main text. And we have some space. Something else with it. But we're not gonna use all of this because I need to crop it. However, I can do that from a different place. I can keep it centered. So layer, boundary, no, layer to image size, layer size, scale layer. We could scale the layer. That should work. How much? 100. Gonna be about this much. 100. Be this much on both sides. 2, 6. Appreciate the 969 in the middle. Yeah, that chopped up a little bit. Now, before I actually start doing anything, I'm just gonna put some text here. Whatever font. You need to make sure. Yeah, I need to make sure it's gonna look. I'm gonna upload a version of it. Because this space here, yeah, actually, this is the center of space. And there is a lot more sides which we need to care about. So it looks deceptively bigger than each. Oh, you see what? We'll see. Right, so something random, also bold. That's gonna be, so the text color is gonna be yellowish-ish. So I think that's good yellow. And we do fur. So this up. Actually, that's gonna be much easier. There. Now, I'm assuming they have center here. Image. Oh, control S, image, button, image. Yeah. Save. File. Board. Now we wait. While we wait, could go to the here. Start going to select new one. So how do we look? It looks alright. Doesn't look as centered as it is in the center. I feel like there's way more space on. It's not in the middle of the screen because of this bar, but it's actually centered. So it's centered, but at the same time it's uncentered. Hard to explain. Actually, it's not hard to explain. It's exactly that. So, that's actually something to consider. Also, I think it compressed it to a JPEG. It looks much more horrible. It does here. Well, I've got this crisp version. This looks terrible. You won't see the image. Maybe this is just a preview for me. Let's see what it will look like for. Yeah, I can see the artifacts. God damn it, YouTube. Ah, so disappointed. Anyway, well, bit with it. But yeah, I can definitely see it being crunched. Colors bleeding. I'm not sure if there is a way to counteract the compression. So, how to reduce compression? Maybe I need to export it as a JPEG to be fixed. Reducing noise in image with no. Right. Maybe if I export it as a JPEG to begin with. Did I? Is that what I did? Did I export it as a JPEG? No, it's a PNG. It's a PNG that looks nice. And it's PNG that gets. What format is this? I'm pretty sure it's a JPEG. How do I see though? Inspect. Oh, that's the button. If we don't. That's something that's on top of thing. After. Right, let's go this. It's gonna have less stuff. Nope. View page source. No. The element source. Right there. Yeah, that's all I get. Where's the image? Control F. Oh, that's the stream image. Thumbnail. Thumbnails. Yeah, doesn't look like it is. JPEG, at least doesn't. I don't know why it renders this way. But I'm pretty sure this is a sound version of it. Paint. These. Fine. I'm fine with it. We'll just work with what we have. So when you scroll down, this happens, we could move the text a little bit lower. So reads. I'm gonna take this again. Going to window just to make sure as well. Trust this field a little bit more. What we have, some paint pixel patience. Okay, fine. Now this tells us they copy. Oh, I copied the. That's fine. Now this tells us there's about 20 pixels. We need to move this down. So let's control that. Now if this layer is 20 pixels lower, means this S is gonna be here. Read the whole thing. That's gonna be the guide. So that means this text is actually needs to be in the center. Image. Transform. Move. Now there was an alignment tool for that. Or a move tool. There was a transform tool as well. Use that. Okay, now we go with move. We do this. Count out. That's 20 pixels. Actually, I'm not sure if that's the correct scale. 0. And that's what we based our actual text on. This is gonna be fake, and we can start. Also tool. Right, the way I'm gonna do this is every letter is gonna be one big triangle. Like this. In fact, even yeah, it should definitely be bigger. Overlap. But kind of following the shape of the letter. First time I did it without a guide. This is gonna be the S. Might play around with the later on, but time being we'll use this yellow. There is a bucket fill. We're happy with that bucket fill. That's gonna be I have a feeling I might. Oh, let's keep it simple. So that's gonna be S. U. This. I spell everything correct. Yeah. Check that. Actually, they need to be much bigger than this. Let's go back to the end. Three last. View layer. We do this, and we kind of move. Add a new layer. View. This for now. Also again. And we bucket fill. So on and so forth. I need to do every one of them. But probably will stop complaining at this point. Just do it inside. Too late. Yeah. Actually, no. Oh, fine. Do it again. No. It needs to be something. Be E. 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 Triangle like this. Inch up from. These are simple. Something like this. Now I R and what are the shortcuts? Might as well use them. Bucket fill is Shift B. This is I. No. Okay. Now on, we'll be using Shift B. U. No, that's the wrong tool. Need the lasso. Oh, pre-select this F. Shift B. U. U. That is like S, but the opposite. So it needs to be a try. Set F right? Yeah. I select. Figure out the shape in a little bit, but probably gonna go this way. Now we do need to have a bit here be visible. How did this look like? This like this. That's the opposite. Like this. I don't think that's gonna work for that. Quite a conundrum. We have some things we need to. Maybe that is the best course of action. I want to check if I've done this. This kind of looks like this. That's gonna be the opposite. Problem is that needs to have two flat lines. And we only have one flat side. I need to choose wisely which one to use. Unless I make the bigger. If I make it like this, that would work. So basically chop off the tip. Cool, let's do it this way. Oh, or move on, we do this. I F. Lasso select. F for lasso. B. And always simple, it's just a try. F. New layer. O. And the only thing about O is it needs to be as soon as possible. And it has not to look like A. Well, give me this. We're done. Got all the letters. Well, we're done with the first pass. First pass. Now, next step is chopping them up. So, grab triangles. Oh, like this. And that has some finicky moment. That's an S. U is the only one I have problem with, because but I think I can flatten the bottom part of the, because otherwise it looks like a V. The only problem with it. But if this looks okay, not quite. We'll figure it out. Not much bigger. Oh, Gimp, work. Might actually redo this triangle of it. So we need a much deeper triangle. More of needs to be this. Take much less out of it. Like this. Or no, this time we'll actually take much, also the wrong direction. I don't think I'll ever like a EU letter. It is what it is. So I re-age. So then you this correct. No, always gonna look pants, and I kind of mean that literally. We're just gonna hide it behind the cooler letters. Do a P. Do a decent P. Up off. An E. Force the P selected. I think that a little bit too. I mean, not too extreme, but the E looks a bit pointy. Here, make it look like it's a little bit protected. Maybe I'll redo the whole letter. Actually, Didn't want to see the, the guy. See this underneath the guy. I'm gonna come back at the don't want it to be flat. This. Like this. And it is whatever. Or should be pretty simple. Just do this. I already set that. That is this. No. This side. This side. Chop up from the top. That's one set. And it looks alright. Set. Next one is here. Kind of the same thing. Do this. I've selected the wrong layer. This. And we do this. Finally, the O is triangle with another triangle. Right. That's the full. Now, kind of want the S to be much bigger than it. I'm gonna play around with scaling them, even though I should have done the sizes correct from the get-go. But we can play with them. We can play around with them now. We need the universal. Not. We need the unified. Before I do that though, I need to make them all crop to content. Yeah, easier to work with. So layer, crop to content. Layer, crop to content. Layer, crop to content. Layer, crop to content. And that's it. We done all of them. So now the only rule is S and O need to stay where they are. Everything else we can mess. So I'm gonna do this. Mess around with the S a little. S needs to be capital. why we're gonna make it there. And trying to do this sort of transformation because triangles are gonna stay triangles. Gonna mess the shapes. That kind of means that this calculation with it here longer applies, but whatever. Oh, get the U. Oh, there was one more step actually. Right, I need to randomize. I need to make some letters darker than that. That's why these ones read well, even though they overlap. But I can do that as I go. So hue's gonna be darker. We need to colors, brightness and contrast, and use the brightness there on top of an. Oh yeah, that looks nice. We can get it to be orangey. So do this. We got a visible. Everything else. What makes you look better? Fonts. I don't think anything's gonna make less pants, but we can try. Wanted move. Want it to be above P. Get P next. P is going to be I'm gonna say about P. Color wise, it's going to. This is not how I originally did it. What I did was I made grayscale letters and then put the color up. But since I started with a color this time, I'm gonna have to work with. Doesn't matter because they're plain color anyway. We can always play around with it. I think I might add some gradient later. For the time being, stuff. He's fine. E is fine where it is. Layers. I think I might hate it if I can. Wait, no. Unified. I guess you do it manually. Right. Wait. Oops. Unify transform. Something like this maybe. We'll leave it as is. Then colors. Desaturation. But differently. Increase the saturation. Just needs to be different from the work. Next is R. The unified form for R. I'm not sure what R is, just R. Grand scheme of things, I think it's better for it to like a boomerang. Ah, right. I want to put it behind. Is what I did, but I kind of long now. Oh, cool. This. I think that went a little bit too far. And it looked better, but I made it too good. That's maybe it's better the way it is. No, it needs to be bigger. It needs to be big. Not bigger than the eye. That's it's a random madness, but there is a method to the madness. I'll keep it as right. That should be. Next is eye. Eye needs to be bigger. This. It's actually fine. This whole maybe just a little bit to the side. Just a little. Right. We left the R as we can change the color in terms of colors. That is. This could be very bright yellow. Not bright, but very saturated yellow. Actually, we need to change R so that not any two colors are the same. We change it. Let's see, colors. Yellow. Yes, more yellow. Does it affect it at all? Doesn't seem like it. Colors. There. Yellow-ish. Oh yeah, this could be slightly green in hue. Maybe I'll add some green later. Plain old yellow. If I is gonna be yellow, only needs to be yellow. So red that it needs to be and out on it. Maybe it needs to be very dark. I think that's in fact it could be very red. Almost got it. Yellow. Hmm. Yeah, sorry, at this point the stream is just me rambling on. I'm focusing too much on what I'm doing and not so much on the viewers. And yeah, I'm an amateur streamer. I don't do very well with stream. Right. Okay, I'm gonna leave it as a brownish color. I think that's okay. It's fine. Moving on. Next set. Two Zs, which are sort of. Now, even though I haven't changed the colors, they kind of look different because of the background size. This one looks more darker. Right. Also, I realize this is probably the most self-centered stream I've ever watched. Because it's just me typing my name for my YouTube channel. I hope you're enjoying it or learning something. Or if not, it's a beautiful Sunday. Go do something. Right. Three more letters to go. But I think I might keep a little too much with it. So now this is gonna bring a lot of blurry lines and stuff. Because I'm messing with the transform all over the place. But we're twice as big as we should be. Which means once we scale it down, it's not gonna make a difference. Or at least not as much of a big difference. Which is why it would have been nice if I had the colors. Sorry, if I had the shapes right to begin with. But we don't need to go and redo them. We're already working on pretty big canvas, allows us to blur stuff a little bit. And also this is not going to be the final form. I'm going to have an outline. And I think now with these ones I did an outline for the entire text. but I think this one might do an outline for each individual letter. Yeah, I'm not sure this looks, but I'm not sure this looks right. Well, there is no right or wrong, but I think it's gonna be nicer when the colors don't just right. So good. I need to check what's the element for. Oh, although this should be fine because we can always repurpose it. All of these elements are quite easy to move around and resize and now Z. This. I think if I do the first Z bigger than the second one, I'm gonna do the opposite. It's gonna be slightly bigger. We'll see what later. Also, that R is gonna be a little bit behind. That's with little. I think this looks better. Why did you? Is it better to keep it like? Come back to that. I'll leave this as it said. Slightly bigger. We didn't check and set the color for this one. Colors. Oh, needs to stay. Hopefully that's not too big of a gap. And it's more important to be able to read this word, because this is an English word. This one is be more legible. Colors. Well, we did the eye. Colors. Contrast. Brightness. That looks cool. Not use curves yet. There. Actually, yeah, that looks great. Right, I'm gonna leave it. Is that looks like a 2, but 2 is see if we can a little bit better. this. Uh, or after. Definitely looks more like that now. No? Yeah. And this color, oh, we need to change it. We need every letter to be a different color. And also using a different tool. Not used exposure. Right, this is gonna be an overexposed. Underexposed. That blood levels. Looking at the composition as a whole, this kind of probably needs to be darker. Most like duration. Very impressive. Color temperature. Intended. Ooh. Regional temperature. There, but not green. Sufficiently different from both these and the eye before it. I'm not entirely sure I want it to be or darker. Right, I'm gonna go back to this. That's more blue, reds. Magenta. Well, we've not had this color before. Maybe it's okay for it to look a little bit like the other. But just don't want to ruin the contrast. Because this is on a blue background. Too screaming. Now, if I do it this way, it's gonna make your we're gonna be a little bit, we want to push it a little bit. And this is probably fine. This side looks more red than the other. Probably okay. Just depends what we do with the O now. For the O, I think I want to scale it down. Way too big of an O. Oh, it was. That's probably fine. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it like Now, what can we do with this? We need to make it a little bit brighter, I guess. The colors, hue, saturation, increase the lightness, don't mess with the Nice. This is also the brighter side. The background could be deceptively. If I switch off the background, I think it's going from darker to brighter. The difference doesn't look too drastic here. Right, so template again. I think we did pretty well. And to make that I think we managed to make it stay in the not looking too bad. Might fiddle with the color. I could fiddle with the colors more. Can you read it from this far? The real test. I think it's illegible at this point. Kind of pushing it, going this far back. This is fine. I think we did a good job. We can come. Please. Now what I could change first set, because they kind of blend with the second. But I could also leave it like this. The end of the world. Right, so next up, outlines. Now I'm gonna make an outline for each individual letter around. This is how it looks like with outline on entire text. And there's bits of it which I'm not. That I'm gonna try to make an outline. It doesn't need to go same layer anyway. Make a new layer for each letter. And grab the color from there, merged. Also there. Select row by 3 pixels. We make this. Now oh wait. And we have to deal with the jagginess. I think that's way too jaggy now. That's gonna... Not sure how to deal with the jaggy. Indeed. Right. I'm gonna save my progress here. Button. Do a preview. I don't know. See how this looks before we do more work. That's how it looks with the plane. Image. Image flatten. Then image. Scale image. And divide by 2. And cubic thing. Doesn't look like it did anything. That's because it just froze. Now we wait. It's a good thing we saved just before we did this. Oh, it's really struggling to scale this. Not even a large image. It is kind of big, but should be able to deal with. I think Gimp might be dead now. Gimp stop responding. Save this. Right. Time to bring out the Control Alt Delete squad. Sure. What are you doing, Gimp? Not even actively. We've got resources. What is it doing? Oh, it finished. File 4S. Test number 4. Test was probably the right name for pictures. So that's the progression of the GIMP edit. Start with this. We blurred the background. We got text on it, and we got better text on it, or different text. Updating this now. Makes it look like this, apparently. Also, now we definitely need an outline. And it kind of looks weird sitting on. However, we could also do some cheap. We could drop shadows and do the simple thing first. Does it look like to new user? Use it. And Izzo is still readable. Okay, that's one success. So, yeah, as I said, this is going to be something temporary, kind of workable. I'm not 100% happy with it so far, especially the text. But it's a thing now exists and didn't hours ago. Oh, 3 hours. That stream's been going for a while. Yeah. got something. Oh. I think with the outlines it's gonna be better, but we need to figure out a way. Jaggy, not make it jaggy. It's gonna be a little bit of a challenge now. The way I do it normally is just selecting the color and grow. This time around might work. What I could do is I could repeat the letters. Yeah, I think I might do that. I'll repeat the letters and do an outline, but the outline's not gonna match the actual letters. What this is gonna do is it's gonna make it look even more janky, which is a good thing. That whole font is janky font. I think this Z needs to be bigger. Not that look at it. Before we move on, everything from that. Oh, come on, just okay. I didn't think this would happen, but my voice is actually starting to hurt. I mean, I'm not usually a very talkative person, speaking for 3 hours straight. It's kind of a stretch, but we're close. We're close to the. Oh, I could add a gradient as well once the whole thing has been done. Yeah, we'll do that as a finishing touch. Right. Now we got also to do this. And yeah, that's gonna be a little bit more work, but it's gonna be worth it. We do the outlines manually. But that way we avoid it looking janky and I mean jaggy. And also it kind of looks different. Now we do here is get the color from the first letter and we make it darker and also a little bit bluer. Now we got slight desaturation value. There we go. Less value, more blue, and that should be all. Don't need to do more. That's an outline. We could darken it later. Should I make it? Oh wait, far back. I could increase the selection before I or now the thing is I don't know how big I want the border. A little bit. That's probably thick. That felt too. No, that's actually fine. Good. Yep. That's gonna be how it is. So, and the letters don't need to have the same outlines. As in, they don't need to have the same thickness. We make one. Actually, this is when it makes sense. Okay. Yes. This is just as one for you. Two. Yep, this ground. Add. Add you output. That's the you output. Yeah, like before, I probably will mess around with afterwards. For the time being, it's a good idea to go to them all. So we do one thing, one task at a time. Need to concentrate on the whole, on every step. Right, where's my lasso? This and this. Yeah, this is what I mean, but it doesn't need to stay on the letters. It can be as we want it. Right. Do the book and fill thing, but we need to pick a color and then make it dark. Just makes it brown. We'll deal with the brown later. So there's some parts of this I'm not too happy with, but I could manually fix them. Could try to do this. I like how the problem is now I don't have this angle. And work. Hello. That's what it is. So do the E next. Becomes the P front. We do a P out. Yeah, this type of thing always takes me much longer than I thought, but I end up spending more. Probably should. So eventually it comes out alright though. Uh, Yeah, that should be okay. We do mode, bucket fill should be color, dark, increase the blue, and it becomes brown. Because that's what. Ooh, consider the inner side. Luckily, that's not gonna be a problem with most letters. These are slightly concave. Yes, and yeah, that looks alright. In fact, I think it's gonna look much better if all of them have the same non-saturated brown color as an outline. Next we do the E. E. That's E. I actually might need to separate, I mean, the foregrounds from, because I'm thinking I want to do gradient on them. Probably don't want to affect the back, the outline. We'll see. First time for that. Such is life of doing things manually. We got the E foreground, the layer group, E layer, E, fine. We do this all. I think slightly bigger outline works better. The B. So I might need to redo the U and the S. We'll see. But this is so far the B is my. It also has most variation. Has the most variation of depth. But also I spent more time tweaking it. I think at this point I kind of know what I'm doing. Or at least I hope I do. Right. Oh, D also has a hole. Shift B, control, darker, darker. Go. Come on. Yeah. Everything should be this color. Change it. Wait, like there. No. They need to be different, but not too different. Do a cut in the E. Then E off again. Right. That's R comes. I think E. Same out. We do a new layer group. R. name this R. R outline back. We do the lasso. That's gonna be the sharp edge. This. And that's all the edges. And so kind of like this. Not looking too thick, I hope. But if it is, it doesn't. They don't need to be the same. Now we do a coloring, and it's a good thing the bluish. The E on in front. Yeah. So as I said, these two are the worst, but they were also the first. So we can always redo them. And it looks better when the outline is thicker and varies a little bit. Next up, same process. I found that becomes I. That's an I outline. Goes in the back. We do the lasso. I super simple, so. And we got it. Make it a little bit more. Can't play too much with it because that kind of just one try. But we draw, make this dark, blue-ish, becomes brown. That's what we get. And it looks alright. Perfectly passed. And by four set outline. That shouldn't be too difficult. So F. Does have quite a bit more G. I think and I'm missing end here. I don't know, that was because it's one. Outlines don't necessarily honor the triangle bit. That's fine. Now, in this case, this was supposed to be a giant triangle, but with me breaking up the outlines. Yeah, that's doesn't matter. Doesn't need to be perfect. Me. It's a cheat, but that's just the rule I set for Yeah, kind of. There isn't really much I can. Looks better when the outer edge. Yes. You want, Yanni? What do you want? Yeah. What do you want?
Never mind, I just wanted to.
I'll be your friends in a little. Yeah, I think this stream has gone on for way too long. But we're nearly done. I'm just gonna do the outlines and we're nearly there. Okay, just need 3 more letters and I need to repeat these. And I need to play. Yeah. There is a little bit, but I don't need to finish it on stream now. Bye. Yeah, I'm gonna finish the letters. Stick to it. After that, I'm gonna go. That's way too saturated. But nope. Dark. It's way too dark. Some of these get doesn't need to be perfectly colored, but yeah, this looks okay. I'm gonna be playing around with colors. I don't have a system this wide. I end up messing. All experimental. We did the set one. That's a Z2. That's that. It's gonna be least confusing. Z2 outline. No, that's the foreground. Group Z2. Outline. And rinse and repeat. Do the same. F. Kind of this as well. Yeah. Feel like nice to have a little bit more productive. Although it ends up being boring. But that's just because I'm a boring streamer. Still learning how to do it properly. I'm very introverted. I don't have much experience talking to people. Rather, I usually prefer not to talk to people. Because of that, I don't have much. That's why I started doing this. That's why I started doing YouTube and streaming in general, or being in public. But So that's why I started streaming and making videos to try and become less awkward speaking in public, speaking with other human beings. Kind of working out. And I figured why this looks. Increasing the blue increases the saturation drastically. Tone it down. Yeah, YouTube and game streaming is perfect practice for if you shy in front of people, especially when you have 0 viewers, because that just makes it so much easier. So you still know you're talking to people, but you at the same time you know that no one's actually gonna judge you for what you say, because no one's actually gonna hear what you say. At least for me, it's kind of like this sort of mentality. I always try to be perfect in everything I do. Being perfectionist does not make it easier. So I've learned not to be no. I learned not to be too much of a perfectionist. I still yeah. So this is what happens when I try to form sentences. Exactly why I want to do more of it. It also comes down to me not having been prepared to stream for more than hours. Actually, I wasn't prepared at all. I don't prepare at the moment. Oh, this actually did reduce the saturation, increasing the blue file. What did I do? Where did I paint it? Make a layer. Code 0 outline. Oh, outline. Sure. We'll make this properly. Yeah, I don't have a goal for the channel either. Just I didn't make it to so. I made it for a very selfish reason. I just want to self-improve. Once I have enough confidence that I can do that, I'm gonna start valuable content. But at the time, yeah, no, content should come first. I should be trying to put value or whatever. Too much politics. No, not politics. Words. Semantics. Idealism. Works much better when I just talk about it. Just works much better when I talk about the things I'm doing at the moment, rather than trying to think things to say. But what I was doing was the same thing. Okay, we've got this far. Now we need to fix the start. And luckily, this without But press F, repeat the sections that didn't quite. So F. Now we can always make it thicker. It's gonna be a little bit trickier to make it thinner. Luckily, we have the problem that it's too thick, and thickness is not so much of a problem. Might be after this. For the time being, we're yeah. The other reason why I'm recording this is I know I suck at streaming, but I really hope I'm gonna get better at it as time passes. And also I'm hoping that once I become a little bit better, if I get any credibility at all, I can always point people to how awkward this whole hopefully help them gain confidence that they can do it. Normally I would have deleted. Oh, if I had recorded this, I would have deleted it. But it's directly on YouTube now and it's uploaded. It's there. Thing didn't do a few years ago. You needs a new outfit. Well, be thicker. Back this could was I think that's gonna be good enough. I think. Rotate. Oh, voila. This. Wait. No. Oh, actually, I can fix this easy. I just need this segment here. Oh, wait. No. We do it again. What? Okay, again. There needs to be a perfect line here. The problem we had was it's probably gonna be too thick now. After some that's fine. I think this is okay. Possible. Say the least. I think this needs to be a little bit thicker as well now. We're adding a little bit of depth. Yes. Okay, that works. fine. Moving on. E was the best letter, so everything else looks fine. E could be a little bit thicker. Right. Fix that. Outline. If on. Actually, how do I do this without? Maybe I'll just leave it as this. Yeah, because the only way to fix this now is delete. Or the only way to do it. Oh, I gotta try. I don't know how I got that right. Might this one. Just want to make it a little bit. Line. Right, Shift B. Delete and repeat. No, that didn't work. Picked the wrong color. Okay, I'll leave it. So, Control S. I'm gonna do an export. Image, flatten, file, scale, divide by 2. File, number 5. And we can still do more stuff with it. I think I'm gonna merge the text at one point. I can avoid, only can avoid this, how it looks now. After, undo, put all this text name, play a group of its own. I think I broke it. The reason why I'm doing this is because it's gonna be do weird stuff. I want to move the text. Also, I want to try different blend, and I might try actually duplicate, doing different effects. I think you can flatten the layer group, but I'm not entirely sure. Can flatten image? No. Merge layer group. Yes, you can do that. All became. Okay, so that was the original. Just as a guide, that text. Oh boy. So we figured out how to do the background in about 30 minutes. Then I spent 30 minutes playing around with lights and materials. And I spent I think another 30 minutes doing the shadow bit, the blur, gimp. I spent the rest of the time text. Which is fair enough. That's actually the information bit from this whole thing. That's the most important. Although I like the background without the text. Well, it's a shame that this only shows up on TV screens. I like the blur. Maybe I can add it. I'll leave it. No, be messing around. Since we're not using a lot of space here, we could technically. But later. Or maybe never. So I do have this. I actually want to rename it first. I'm gonna save it. I want to see what happens when. Verge. I want it to be sitting a little bit nicer in the background. This lighten, Luma lighten only. That looks like from Mario's Titan. The way it changes the colors. Yeah, I could actually, if only this was slightly better color. Green should have done that actually. It's green now. Green looks pretty lame. Doesn't. Oh, okay. What's this? Hard light. Hard light's my favorite. So that actually makes it part of the background. This is how it looks like normally. Looks like with hard light. Didn't change it. Damn it. Okay, controls that doesn't apply. Yeah, you see the difference. Hard light. Have vivid light. Also looks pretty cool. Don't lie. One of these is gonna be my favorite. I don't know which one. This kind of removes the outline in like. Have linear light. Yep, all of these look pretty cool. I'm not sure what I'm gonna go for. We might not need to do anything beyond that. Oh, what's this? That just removes every color and lightness, luminance, color. You gonna be one of these things then. Hard mix. Too hard of a mix. Either gonna be linear light, hard light. Yeah, it's gonna be one of those two. I think hard light. Although this looks pretty good in its own right. Or maybe it's gonna be a combination of both. I can actually do that because I can just duplicate the layer and light with different lights. But I think it's gonna look different. It's not gonna be the sum of its parts. It's gonna be completely different. Now, in those two, that's definitely the contrasting one. Easy to read. However, That looks nicer from a... I'm gonna duplicate that. Hey. Okay. Got hard light twice. Hard light twice doesn't actually look that bad. Once, that's twice. That's what it's gonna be then. We need to add shadow. I could if I wanted. Wait for a few years to pass. Colors, make it completely black with no brightness. Oh wait, I need to see what... No! Alright. Goes on top and it's gonna be normal. Right. So this is so contrast, max, brightness. We do this again. Brightness, contrast, and we got black. And just to be sure, we do this again. That's the most black you can. That's the blackest black. So filters, blur, Gaussian blur. We blur it a little. And we also offset, but also it needs... So now light's coming from that direction. Shadow has to be this way. I'll probably not leave it with a shadow, by the way, just for experimenting purposes. Or maybe I will leave it with a shadow. Now these things have strange interactions because the shadow now before now I'm gonna redo this. So redo this, and we need to delete the parts from the shadow that from the letters. Alright. That also adds some weird shading to the letters. Correct. I'm gonna duplicate this. Remerge. This time, I'm gonna select everything that's on the outside. Rather, everything that's not transparent. I hope this is inverts. That did nothing. Great. Had the wrong list selected. Right, let's add a blue line because we didn't do. That's how it would look like. Actually, that's not that bad. I expected it to look much worse than this. Depending how strong we want the shot to be. Hey, this could be an art channel. I also do art besides playing games and making games. Yeah, something like this. But I need to fiddle with the action. Now that's gonna be tricky. Actually no. Could do is I need to make it merged. Or we delete. I'll just make this have we use thing. Wait, is that the that's not the shadow layer. What layer is this? Where did it come from? We'll add this and make this black again. By this I mean, wait, this is probably the time when I start hallucinating. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. So he's done a copy, a blurred copy of the layer where we get the shadow from. I'm gonna leave this empty layer. I have a copy of some reason here. That's what we want to work with. But what I'm gonna do is add a layer mask. Make this completely black. Brightness and contrast. But I'm finally seeing this. And we do it again. And we do it the third. Copy everything. And place it here. Oops. So it set it with an offset. This layer was off. Right. So layer, drop layer to image boundary size. Layer to image. Now we do it. You're doing the weird. Damn it. Okay. Did I have a selection going? But everything pasted. Oh. So I was hoping that it's gonna copy the blacknesses. Maybe manually. We add here. We merge this down. No. Actually, yeah, do. Visible and down. We're going for this like here. So we'll still get the blue lines. Oh, there is no way around it then. If I decide to add shadows with an offset, probably have to manually delete it. Outlines. Yeah, because there's these tiny. But I want to. Yeah, I'm gonna go for it and shadows. So light's coming from this way. I think we positioned them correctly. Probably less. Weaker shadow. Oh, something. It's gonna be something. I can fiddle with this as much as I want. I was content. If this is the version, all I need to do is figure out how to subtract text. What I do is, because this is quite black, could select everything. I'm gonna select the colored bits, mine. We do color select. Yeah, we'll do this. Do it this way. I might need a copy of this. That is great. Need a color. We can copy the color. Merge. So do this. No. This. 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 Oops. And this. And this. Now we have everything. Sure. Doing even better. Then select row. Or might be alright. Yes. Seem like anything filling out. That's what we're gonna delete from the shadows. So becomes invisible. This, and just to be safe, color everything in black. That way, don't actually delete it, because we have a layer mask already. Make it with the whole selection. However, sometime today, let do whole selection, or oops. Yeah, shadow kind of doesn't make sense because this looks like mustard on top. At the same time, it makes it look, makes it pop, and makes it look so much. This is 1, 2, we can have. I think the more the merrier. In E-blend. Okay. Without shadows, with shadows. Strong, weak shadows, strong. Almost no shadows. Only problem area be placed like this. Where we have a very hard edge. I will blur the to hide the issues a little bit, please. That should be alright. I'm quite happy with how. This will be the end of the stream. Huzzah. Be my new. Right. Save this. And 4 hours and 22 minutes live. I need to stretch. And I also just noticed I actually want some sort of border. Maybe I'll play around with stuff a little bit later. But as far as art progression goes, this is gonna be the most complete so far version of it. I can always come back and do even more with it. But yeah, in just a moment you see the difference between this and the next version. The colors here were a bit too washed out. But the hard light, especially the double hard light. Ah, wait, I forgot to scale it. I'm gonna make a big. We can still have a look. Except it does. Let's flatten. Image. L. L. File. For this number. Control Z twice. Just no. Too early. Right. Draw E. Wait for it. Wait for it. Okay. And Control Z, Control S. And yep. This. That's the wait. And we had this. Then we had this. Then we had this. Had this. Then we had this. Finally, we have this. Oh, looks much better when it actually loads. So I wonder if I should export it as a JPEG for YouTube. Because if it's gonna make its own version of the JPEG, I don't want it to crunch. Because that looks terrible. So many artifacts. Gonna make it look. So what I'm gonna try to do now is a JPEG version that actually looks nice. they might decide to do their own compression anyway. Ruined. File size isn't known. Oh wait. Right, I need to do this again so I can export it as 6 here with the correct size. Oddly enough, it exports as a JPEG much faster. That's the PNG JPEG. And yeah, you can still see artifacts 90% quality. Now, which one gonna make look better? So if I go directly for, I'm gonna try both of them. So we'll upload the PNG first, and YouTube is gonna make its magic, make it look crap. Now the question is, if I upload the JPEG now, is that gonna look any better? That's how it looks like on my channel. Me looking at it. This is how it's gonna look for you guys. And it actually doesn't look that bad, considering it looks better for everyone else than it does for me. So maybe the PNG is okay, but just for the sake of this experiment, this. It still looks like crap to me. However, doesn't seem much different. Okay, we'll upload the PNG and trust that Google's gonna do the best. If anything, I can always back. So, oh yeah, we need to test. I need to test them. I think I can kind of simulate phone browser. Fine resolution. But oh, kind of breaks when too small, but so good. And it scrolls nicely. Awesome. Right, so that's nearly the end of the stream, and I'm actually starting to feel very hungry. Yeah, looks awesome on the phone. So have a good rest of the day for anyone who's been watching. I don't actually see if anyone's watching at the moment. Yeah, this is a good place to end the stream. Have a good rest of